Good morning, and welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I am your host, Jacob Johnson. Hello, welcome. It is an art day today. Hello, how are you doing? Hi there. We're going to be working on a advent calendar image for MouseHunt. I've started a piece earlier this week and got kind of, a good amount of it done, but I figured I would kind of like leave the last kind of details up to you guys. Could have a lot of fun with it. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun, honestly. And I figure the stream is like the best opportunity to just kind of like make it silly and fun and enjoyable. That said, if you don't want to be spoiled for the advent calendar image, then this might be one to skip. So just a heads up about that, although I don't exactly give warnings about bosses and stuff that we create, so and those are kind of a little more kind of like hidden until you actually catch it. So I figure if you're here, you're probably cool with some spoilers. But yeah, so we're gonna be kind of just whipping up some cool art, and let's just jump right into it, to be honest. So this is kind of like what I have kind of created thus far. So I'm going for kind of like a sunrise in the kind of snowy kind of forest mountains. In the bottom right, I have some previous years, so wrong button. This is the one that I first created like back in 2014, maybe 2011. I don't remember what year, but quite a while ago. And this one ran for a long while. And then since Maxine has been on board, she's created two of the very nice ones. So I'm really pleased with how these look, and honestly, I'm kind of questioning if I should even be working on this because those are so pretty and nice that I don't know if I'll be able to kind of like even come close. But it's going to be a fun piece to work on, and I think you guys will help me kind of figure it out. Oh, thank you. Thank you. They're very chipped and bad. I painted these. It's the second time I've ever done that, so or painted my own, rather. But yeah, they're very chipped, so not the greatest, but it's cheap paint, so it doesn't last. Yeah. So basically, I've kind of laid out the backdrop, and today I want to add characters to it. And so the plan is I'm going to be working with kind of like mostly existing Great Winter Hunt characters. We can just kind of make up our own if we want to kind of like have a character doing a thing that doesn't exist. Hey darn, welcome back. But yeah, so if you guys wanted to pull up the Mouse Adversaries page, feel free to like suggest where particular characters might go in the piece. I do want to try and capture kind of, there's like the winter sports mice, so like the tobogganing, the sledding, that kind of stuff. I want to capture the toys or decorations, or is it? It's gifts and toys, and then decorations is a whole other one, and then there's kind of like snow fort, snowball fight. So there's kind of four categories that I want to make sure that are kind of represented in the piece, which shouldn't be hard. But basically, the Great Winter Hunt kind of has four categories of characters that we've used for mapping and stuff like that based on the decorations you've completed in the HUD. And so I want to kind of work off of that. But yeah, 58 Great Winter Hunt mice. That's a lot to work with. So we're definitely not going to... Why is my mouse being weird? Okay, there we go. We're definitely not going to fit even a fraction of them, but you know, whatever seems the most enjoyable to add to the piece. Another element about it, there are many stipulations for a piece like this, is that it is, I'm going to move these off to another window, to be honest, just so I have more room to look at it. It's going to be divided up into 24 quadrants, as is the Advent calendar way. So each section, I want to have a little something that is kind of like interesting. It doesn't need to be a character because that can get crazy busy, but you know, like something that looks pretty or tells a story or just kind of is an interesting thing to unlock. And they don't all need to be like, wow, like that was so cool, but you know, just kind of like so that every day you reveal it, it's kind of like a little bit of something to look at. A snow golem wandering aimlessly in the background would be pretty fun, actually. I like that. All right. Need the stooge and miser. It's not Christmas without a grouch. Waving his cane angrily at a mouse having fun. That'd probably be fun. And also like trying to figure out where to kind of place these, because it's a big scene and anything far away is going to be a lot smaller. So that's a big challenge, to be honest. The way that I've laid out the scene, it doesn't kind of like bode the best for kind of showing off a lot of characters unless they're all in the foreground, and then it's kind of crazy busy at the bottom. And I want to kind of even it out. So as you might be able to see, there's kind of like the idea is I have a bunch of the different toboggan mice kind of all lumped together in this one group, but they're really, really small. Same with kind of like the snowman mouse and then like the snowball mouse rolling down the hill. The idea is that it could have been maybe the snowman's head that like fell off and is rolling down the hill. This is just kind of a sketch that is left over from a different part. But I'm probably gonna maybe, I don't know, do like the sledding. What is that one? The rocket sleigh ride. There we go. Maybe the sleigh ride here because that can be up in the sky. And this is the one that I kind of started it off with. A decorations mouse of some kind. I'm not sure what one, but basically swinging around this tree aggressively, kind of decorating it with tinsel would be fun. Snow fort mouse of some kind here. These two might be having a snowball fight. But yeah, so maybe I'll have like a skating mouse in here. It's not too bad what I've kind of come up with, but I feel like if you guys have some ideas, do throw them and we'll see what we can do. I like the snow golem being in there somewhere. It is going to be snow golems again. Definitely not sad about that personally. I do enjoy them quite a bit, and you know, everyone is a fan of the loot they bring for you. So I think it'll be fun. We're tweaking it just slightly in terms of kind of like thematics and stuff like that, telling a slightly different story, which I hope you guys enjoy. I think it'll be fun. Yeah. There is a new mouse this year. Put it behind tile 1, day before Grand Heart starts as a teaser. That's an interesting idea. I would actually, oddly enough, have to tweak the image potentially if I were to create that character in the scene. Also, I would like to do that. Pardon me. I would like to do that, but caveat is that that mouse hasn't actually been drawn. We know what they are, but we haven't drawn them, so until they're created, I don't know if I'll add them into the Advent calendar. But you'll see what I mean when you know what that character is in terms of kind of like changing what the scene is a little bit. But yeah, I figure this Advent calendar is going to be kind of like the other ones, where it's a little more just kind of generic fun scene. And maybe once we have a bunch of them, we can just start to cycle them if we need to save time for future kind of production. Because there's a lot of really nice images that, you know, I don't want to just kind of like necessarily be one and done. Oops. So I don't want to move that. There we go. Hotkeys for this program are weird. Throw me off sometimes. Yeah. But right now we actually have a nice kind of like little amount of time where we can kind of create an advent calendar that will be available before the event starts, or at least I presume. And so, yeah, just jump on that opportunity while we got it. So it's suddenly toasty. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've shown this shirt on stream yet. Where's my OBS? There it is. This is a shirt that I made for EGLX. Nice mirrored image. But little MouseHunt shirt that I wore at the booth. All right. Don't know what that was. Okay, so I have my Mouse Adversaries page up, so I can reference characters. Got my chat open so I can see what your suggestions are. And let's get scribbling. So right now I think the way to go is we'll just keep adding to the piece with sketches of characters that you guys suggest. And then we'll just start rendering where it makes sense to do so. All right, so what do we have? So yeah, snow golem kind of somewhere in the background would be fun. Big snow golem mouse somewhere in the background. That works because that character is pretty huge. That way the perspective will be forgiving. Snow fort mouse flinging an ice ball at one of the sports mice going off the cliff midair. So yeah, like where's the sketch layer? This is a sketch layer here. Okay. This is a bit big. I'm gonna put this back in the other window. I can reference it. If you guys want to see that again, I'll pull it up again later. Or maybe if I put it in the bottom right, or bottom left rather. Because I actually tend to work on the right 2/3 of the screen, like around here. So I don't tend to draw down here, so it's probably okay that that's covered up a bit. We'll just have to make sure to move the camera around so it's not blocked all the time. All right. Yeah, Halloween was a little bit kind of like pushed to the side due to all of the effort that we had to put into the Valor Rift. So I totally understand the disappointment that some people felt with Halloween. Because yeah, like I know some people were definitely kind of wanting to do some maps and stuff like that. I ended up doing old maps, but yeah, this Great Winter Hunt we're gonna be kind of nailing it. I'm not worried about kind of making sure it's kind of gonna deliver, because I know that, you know, we know what we want out of it, and we know what you guys we believe we know what you guys want out of it, and you know, so we'll make sure that it goes through. Yeah, it's just we ended up having a much smaller team on Halloween, and we were trying to pare down and tweak things, but it ended up cutting things that we didn't get to put back in time without influencing kind of like potential balance issues and stuff like that. So we had to kind of err on the like not pushing fixes and rebalancing things the day before it released. It was just unfortunate timing on a lot of stuff. But since we don't have the Valor Rift looming over us anymore, we'll actually be able to put more effort into making sure everything's delivered how we need it. All right. Yeah, Miser Mouse angrily swinging cane again. I think that'd be fun. So where are you, Miser Mouse? Here's Scrooge. All right. Got that top hat. Yeah, totally just kind of like holding it by the tip, shaking it or something like that. Maybe you could have like a snowball that kind of like hit him in the hat or something like that. Or like a skating mouse kind of sprayed him with snow, or whatever. All kinds of ideas. Yeah, Tundra Huntress blocking snowballs, like that. A tower of different mice trying to hang the ornament mouse onto a tree. Ooh, that's fun. I like that. Yeah, so this is a brand new advent calendar background that we're working on today. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed the Halloween event. I mean, there was still lots of kind of rewards and stuff that people got to enjoy. There was still plenty to do, and yeah, I think it's just a couple of elements that people expected were kind of like missing or different, and that's just kind of how things go. But we'll definitely be improving the Halloween next year. All right, so oh boy, just a little laggy. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's start with. So we have the snow golem, regular kind of regular golems, miser, cane, just angry face. Let's see what other ideas we have. Oh yeah, the Tower of Mice. Tower of Mice hanging ornament. Tundra Huntress. I'm going to put these on a different layer, actually. So I can turn this on and off and move it to a spot where I can maybe write a little bit easier. Okay. Blocking snowballs. Sorry about my phone. All right. What other ones? I feel like maybe there is a few more that I might have missed. All right. Yeah, sleigh ride. Present mouse stealing presents. Okay. Sorry about my chicken scratch. I think, oh yeah, maybe, no, it doesn't even have smoothing. It's just, I'm bad at writing. Oh yeah, greedy owl stealing toys. Oh yeah, the mistletoe mouse. All right. Oh, we could have like the stocking mouse hanging from something too. All right. Good luck reading any of that. Okay, so let's just kind of throw this. Actually, I'll just shrink it. There we go. All right. So this character, not planning on using that. We'll just put it on that layer so I can keep it if I want it. That said, nah, I'm just going to get rid of that one. Or am I? And it could be flying off of the edge here, doing stunts. But I don't know. I feel like a different character might work better there. So we have. Let's do this as sketch. There we go. All right. Oh, and snow boulder. Oh, that one. That's actually a good idea, having the snow boulder stopping the stuck snowball mouse. That's actually clever. I like that. 2 in 1 right there. All right. Well then. Just need to have anyway, no. Now, if I put this character here, we're going to have to halt all this kind of like momentum kind of debris. Otherwise, I mean, I guess it could just run over that character instantly. Or they're like kind of creating a big pile of snow as they're being pushed somehow, but not run over. But yeah, I feel like either they're about to get run over instantly, which might work, or they did stop it, and then we get rid of kind of like all that kind of flying debris stuff, but still have that trail of kind of snow that it created, that path that it picked up. So I don't know. Also, that mouse head is pretty big compared to other characters in the same plane. Let's just work with that for now. Just kind of bring them more to size. There's a cat cleaning themselves directly on the webcam cord, as usual. So just a warning, if you were in headphones, maybe don't have the volume turned up too much. In case, oh, no, she's down. Okay. Should be safe for now. Okay, I like I like the imagery of the ball rolling, so we can just be like, well, that stuck snowball mouse is probably going to get caught up in it as well. Good luck. Oh, a sculptor carving something on the mountainside. I think we'll be putting the terrified adventurer mouse in this one. They're not specifically a Great Winter Hunt character. Okay. Scrooge mouse at the front, looking on in disgust. Should just be turned around facing the viewer, just glaring at them. Just ruin the whole image with this grouchy mouse. All right. Scrooge and Miser just hanging out, glaring. I like it. It's funny because they're like very similar too. Okay, so I like the sculptor. Let's see, where are you? Iceberg sculptor. Could be like on the side of the mountain here or something like that. Where is the yeah, okay, so it could work. Could also be up here. Just trying to think of like what block would be needing a character. So we have like a snowman character here. I was thinking there could even be something kind of like off the side if we want. This kind of has, you know, like some interesting shapes going on, but not anything particularly interesting to look at. But we could kind of add a character or something hanging off of this if we wanted to. Like, oh no. But I don't want to make it like perilous or anything, so maybe not that. This window, we could do stuff with the tree itself, which would bring stuff into the foreground and allow us to show a little more detail, which might be nice. It's a good spot to put something in the tree. So for the sculptor, I'm thinking that this is actually the most interesting kind of frame to put them, and they could be kind of like hanging off the side, chiseling away at it. So we have kind of a hood going on there. And then they'll maybe be carving like something that you can start to see. Maybe their tail has a tool as well. Okay, and it's a little closer than this group, so he can be a little bigger. But feel like this might be a little big for the character still. So if I shrink it down just a bit and move it to the left, that might work. That feels a little more to scale. So right now they look like they're either like ice climbing or sculpting, and either of those will be fine for me. But I think that's probably a good spot to put him. All right, let's see. So in the bottom right, the idea is that I would have kind of like gifts, wrapped presents and stuff, just because I wanted to kind of actually show some of those. But we could have kind of like the present mouse hiding among them. What do they look like? There's Joy Mouse. There's the elf. I guess the present mouse is like birthday, isn't it? The ridiculous sweater. Yeah. All right. Greedy Owl peeking into the presents. I feel like Greedy Owl won't. He'll look a little out of place because he's not as kind of Christmassy or winter Wonderland looking. Snow Golem Jockey. Oh yeah, riding around on top of the Snow Golem. I mean, that could work if we're putting the Snow Golem somewhere. So I want something in the tree here, I think. This could be a fort, or we could maybe even put the Snow Golem there. This one can have tree stuff of some kind here. These are snowball fight ones. This is where we could have like the Miser and Scrooge just kind of judging people, perhaps. Or they could be like sitting on the ledge here, kind of shaking a cane. That might be fun. Just kind of sitting on the side. It's nice. They found each other. So then in that case, this frame doesn't necessarily have anything yet, but I feel like whatever's flying off of this could be in this frame. So whatever is here, okay. This frame could be more tree stuff. More tree stuff here. And then maybe the sleigh is kind of going across two frames. All right, so we got Miser. Sleigh ride will be here, probably. Can put like the present mouse or a mouse interacting with the gifts there. So the stalking mouse could be like up here. Just kind of move him to the left even. That might be a good spot for them. Just dangling on the tree. Let's see. Hello. Jaren Bluehill. I don't know how to pronounce names. My apologies if I got it wrong. Yeah, Scrooge Miser chasing other mice after one got hit by a snowball. All right. So we have decorations represented by this character. We have sports, we have snowball fight, we have presents. Let's see. You could even have a character in the tree here. Ooh, there could be like a character that was in the tree and they are now dislodged. That might be fun. Kind of like, uh-oh. Got yoinked away. Careful when the tree swings back, friend. Maybe. You don't need to do that. It might be a bit much. I think the tree kind of like flying, like slapping around, throwing all that snow is going to be interesting enough as it is, to be honest. Alright, so golems, we don't actually have them anywhere yet. But it could be like this here. So we'll just have to pick one of the golem creations. Gotta get rid of the grid. Or turn off snap to grid at least. Let's see. Where would that be? Preferences. No snap. Okay, I think that's fine. So they have kind of like those stubby legs. Give them the golden hat for that extra loot goodness. And then get the snow golem jockey sitting on it. They have a big snowball. We'll make the snow golem running too, just like in the original. Oh, I guess it should be doing the pose that the adversary has. It's kind of like sticking its arms out and back, and then we'll figure out what snow golem it actually is. Okay, now it looks like it's actually kind of motoring along. So where do we actually want this character, though? I mean, they could be actually like way back here, and they're sneaking up on the old boys. They won't suspect a thing, so then they're going to pelt them. And then instead of the ice fort being there, it could be down on the ground here, kind of just behind this tree or something like that. The ice fortress. Where is the... Now there's one that's like flinging... Oh yeah, it's got a snow fort slingshot thing. So that could be... that character right there. And just like a pile of snow and defeated mice at its base. Something like that. New Year's Mouse, I think that we'll skip that one because the advent calendar is like up until the 24th, so that character won't even be in the mix. Yeah, gotta get the mouse tower hanging, the ornament mouse. I like that. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. The bottom left could be the Tundra Hunter. I like that, for the Huntress. So she could be propping her shield up here. Have her just deflecting a shot right then and there. And maybe she's like reaching into a pile of snowballs. Okay, I don't want to get too detailed because, you know, obviously every extra element will take up more time, and I want to be able to, you know, render this out nicely. I don't want to rush the whole thing, but we're obviously not going to get to the same level of detail as most of the mice we create, because there are so gosh darn many. I could honestly spend the rest of the day just rendering it the background without any new characters, so, you know, obviously we don't want to get too caught up on detail. But yeah, that works for her. I'll probably refine that just a little bit when I get around to actually rendering out the characters. Alright, so we don't really have anything for this frame, this frame. Yeah, we kind of have something in that frame. This kind of has the tinsel flying off into the distance and the top of the tree there, but maybe we'll want to add something to that. This one's fine, I think. I think the top right and top left are okay, but we can add more if we want. But they could also be early opens. Not every single day has to be like jackpot image, but you know, a little something that looks interesting at least. So I want to get the tower of mice trying to hang an ornament mouse. So it could be like they're trying to hang the ornament mouse onto this branch here, right? So we could have like one mouse, two mouse, three mouse. They're kind of wobbling back and forth. All right, and we'll open up that hook. And probably have like the branch that they're trying to get on just sticking right out, where it's like, please place something on me. A little hand. A little bit of snow on it too. Just so that you can kind of see what the intention is. Yeah, I agree. The double black diamond at the base of it, lifting everybody up. He's a thick boy. All right. So just kind of wideness. Covered by scarf. Scarf and goggles. Just have those kind of diamonds just barely showing. Tuft of hair. They're just going to be standing on them. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remembered. Oh yeah, this was inspired by Kill la Kill because of how I drew those diamonds. Just remembered the students, their outfits. Speaking of such anime, there's a new movie by the same studio, Trigger, Promare, which has been very, very difficult to get tickets to. It's in theaters, and every single time I've tried to get tickets, they've sold out basically instantly, but I just managed to get some for December 8th. I'm so excited. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, can't wait to watch that movie. Oops, hang on. Probably a telemarketer. 1 second. As expected. And new number to block. Oh, it's an unknown number. Can't block it, I guess. Dumb. Alright, anyways. Sorry about that. I'm going to move my phone not directly under the microphone. Alright. Yeah, Christmas is coming early for me, you're right. Oh, it's going to be so good. Can't wait. Alright. So what other mice could be in this tower? I was thinking maybe the Nutcracker mouse. Yeah, no, Nutcracker. Let's see what other mice might work. There's like the builder mice, the Christmas tree mouse itself, candy cane mouse, a toy mouse. Okay, yeah. So I think that would work. Having the Nutcracker being very kind of like rigid. It's a little more detailed to kind of create it, but might be worth it. So Nutcracker is pretty tiny, I would say. Just kind of have its hat kind of. This one's actually trying to make this work. Got them shoulder pads. That is like reaching rigidly forward. I'm probably drawing that character way too big. Yeah. Need to shrink them down. Alright, so I'll shrink this one down. They're going to be helping to hold up the builder mouse. This is probably a better size here. Are they standing directly on top of, or are they sitting? I think they're standing. It'll look more unbalanced that way too. Alright, so we'll have that be there. Just fix these arms a bit. Okay. Yeah, this should work well. So be leaning back enough. Arms fully extended. So unbalanced. It's a terrible idea, you guys. What are you doing? Silly mice. Oh, the feet got to be together, even though it's just not possible to keep that balance. Alright. The pants do at least flare out a little. You're just standing directly on this guy's head. It's a good core workout. Okay, and then is the builder mouse? Yeah, builder mouse is cute. Alright. So she'll be. Alright, how do I want her holding this up? think I need to move the ornament mouse out of the way for a second, just so I can get this gesture in. Okay, so how do I want that to work? So Nutcracker Mouse is supporting them. And Builder Mouse, is she like, because I want her to look like she can still extend out more. Maybe the hands are supporting this foot out here. Okay. Yeah, this might work. Okay, so she's like standing on one of the shoulder pads and then stepping up on his hands here. The tails are all kind of leaning towards the tree to kind of try and balance themselves. They're teetering to the right. Okay, and she'll be kind of arched back as well. Ornament mouse be like right here. Maybe rotate it just a bit so the hook is not lined up with the branch yet. Yeah. So she doesn't have her giant hammer with her. Could strap it to her back if we wanted. Not sure she needs it though. I think people would still be able to figure out who it is. Okay. Gotta have those poofy sleeves. Yeah, and it still looks like there's plenty of lift range to be able to prop that on the branch. So I think that's a pretty good pile of mice right there. Looks horribly imbalanced, which is kind of perfect. I think that'll be a fun one, yeah. Yeah, that works. Okay, okay. Yeah, so this is in the background compared to this, which is fine. Their scale is different enough. He can also kind of merge with the mountainside a little bit more. Colors kind of match a bit. Let's see, I almost want something here or on the edge of this. When I first kind of sketched this out, I thought of like Jack Skellington kind of, you know, doing his kind of like thing there. So that was kind of the inspiration of that that hill in the first place, or the cliff or whatever. Let's see. What else do we need? Squeaker claws on top. Push the snowball down the hill. Yeah, stuck snowball down the hill. We haven't used squeaker claws in a long time. Where are you, squeaker claws? It's like a horrifying thing, isn't he? I forget. Oh yeah. Yeah, horrifying eggnog Santa. I don't know. I want the whole thing to kind of have a serenity about it, and like giant screaming Santa at the very top of this kind of cliff might be a little much for the like fun whimsy. I feel like it's kind of like there's elements where you're like, ah, no, that's kind of silly and a little bit dramatic, but like that's a little too dark feeling, I guess, for what I want. I don't know. I just feel like it's a different mood. Whereas like, you know, a bunch of old guys shaking canes about to get pelted by a giant snowball is fun. So, Mouse of Winter present on top overlooking. Oh, could be. Let's see, what does that one look like? Oh yeah, he's a jolly fellow. That's true. That might work. Where he's kind of got his belly laugh going. He's maybe got his arms kind of propped. Just kind of chuckling away. As long as it doesn't look like he's just like up there to like flash people because he's just wearing like a bathrobe or whatever. Nah, it should be fine. It should be fine. He's just a jolly old soul. Definitely not that. Definitely. Okay, so I want to have like a big bearded laugh. Where can we find all the previous Advent calendar images? I expected to find them on the wiki, but I was surprised to not be able to. I might send the images that I do have to someone who kind of like could potentially put it there. I also need to, I want to get like the 10th birthday map image because they requested that. So I'll try and remember to send those. And maybe we'll be able to find them on the wiki in due time. So I think that this works for the Mouse of Winter present. And again, like this is going to be, you know, I think scale-wise it might be like this big to view. So I really can only show like general shapes and colors to imply who each of the characters are. So either that character works on top of the hill, which I think it does. I might actually move the snowman over now. Kind of line it up with that. There we go. Give a little more space for him. I'll even get like a little frost on his breath. Just kind of, well, maybe that's weird. I'll leave that there just as an idea. Yeah, he could be up on here. I think he works pretty well up here, or he could be like in the foreground, chuckling away, but that might almost be too much. So let's see. Why not give everyone an item at the end of the Great Winter Hunt, like a picture frame that opens up to an HD advent calendar image? That's an interesting idea. So like if you complete the advent calendar, you unlock the image to be able to enjoy it in your inventory, kind of like a season's greetings card or something like that. That might be a nice way to do that. I'll throw that idea to the devs. One thing that potentially does is it makes it where we might need to, or feel like we're required to create a new one every single year, which might not always work out. Sorry, just responding to a message. Let's see. What could be in the foreground? There's like the Hoarder Mouse. The Wreath Thief is always kind of a fun one. Ah, fun fact, the present mouse is not a Great Winter Hunt mouse. It's a birthday mouse that crashes the Great Winter Hunt every year. Nice. Oh yeah, the glazed mouse just chilling. That's a good idea actually, because that kind of fits with the like this shape right here, let's say. I feel like the glazed mouse could be glazed out right here. Nice pile of snow, just kind of basking. Yeah, that would work there, I think. Present mouse that appears at any event and is just full of surprises. It's true, it's true. All right. Pile of past Great Winter Hunt cheeses. That would be a big stack, wouldn't it? Interesting idea. I feel like that kind of potentially messes with the timelessness of an image like this. That's one of the things I don't want to like date the image in any way. Like obviously the characters that exist kind of like tell a story about how early this could have possibly been created if such a character didn't exist before, but nothing that particularly states, oh, this is, you know, to do with this one specific event. Although a pile of very different cheeses might not really do that. So I could think about that. Yeah, it could just be a stack here. But that also would kind of like feel like, oh, when I open this panel, I'd better get some of those cheese or something like that. I just worry that might kind of connect too strongly. It's fun for us, but I don't know if we'll put that. Let's see what else. I don't want anything too big there either. So I want that space to feel open. So I don't know if we need to even put a character there. It could just be like, you know, a candy cane or something like that. Although just a candy cane suddenly feels a little bit... Well, then again, I could put like candy canes in the trees and stuff like that. So that might not be bad. Because I do want to decorate these trees. It's going to be a part of the the theming, right? So get some lights, some ornaments, some candy canes. Nothing too crazy, but just enough that they're, you know, festive. Let's see, a bigger golder brick. And then when you click to open that, you expect to get that. Don't miss the day. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I almost want the Wreath Thief being like this character back here. That'd be crazy. Or they're like rolling. Just a blur. Just enough that you know what they are. Gotta go fast. Gotta go super fast. Okay, so Wreath Thief could work there. Or do we put them sailing off into the sky? It's like, do we like them better rolling on the hill or flying off the edge? Plot twist. They go fast enough, they can fly. Okay. Also the sleigh ride. Okay, so we have the stalking mouse, we don't have the missile mouse, tundra huntress, hanging ornament, tower of mice, golems, snowflake? Oh, snow golem, okay. We don't have the snowflake mouse actually. Don't know if she needs to be in every one. She could just be hanging out in the tree here. I kind of like it flowing, like flinging off the edge there. It's kind of fun. Let's see. Oh, it could be like the ugly sweater mouse in the tree too. I like that character. Or just the ribbon mouse. Actually, the ribbon mouse. That'd be cute. also simpler to draw, so we can kind of like spend a more appropriate amount of time on everything. Okay, so we'll figure that one out. That's just a quick scribble to get the idea in there. Right. Yeah, I actually haven't decided what character is swinging from the tree. That's probably something to figure out. Nitro Racer, yeah. The sporty ski instructor, because of the glutes just flexing. Let's see. Kind of want it to be the sporty ski instructor. The triple Lutz mouse, maybe. Free skiing. Okay, yeah, I feel like it should be the sporty ski instructor. So it's got kind of some nice colorful paneling down the side of it. And some boots. And the glasses. Of the toque flying off. Oops. Along with a ski pole, just kind of flung out. Or is he like somehow miraculously holding on to them? Or maybe they're like around the wrist. Kinda. Like that. I don't know if that makes as much sense, to be honest. maybe if it's just kind of there we go. That makes that panel much more kind of like enjoyable. Just a lot going on there. I think I'll actually have the tinsel reach into this frame over here, just to kind of like draw more interest when you kind of unlock those panels. Kind of like what's over there. Does the builder normally have a helmet? Oh, there's the frigid foreman. I was thinking the builder itself, not the frigid foreman. We did have Larry in the original one, where he's like trying to catch that present mouse. That's kind of fun. There's some fun stuff in this one, like the dwarf mouse trying to chop down the Christmas tree mouse, and then like totally unfair snowball fights going on. And just enjoying some hot chocolate. There's the wreath thief again. Strikes again. Ugly Christmas sweater in a tree. Stole my candy cane. There's some fun stuff in this. The ornament mouse again. All right. I don't know if I could fit Larry in this one without throwing it off. I think I'll skip Larry this year, perhaps. Perhaps. Let's see. Where's that glazed mouse? Let's quickly scribble that in. Glazy. Might interfere with the backdrop if I put glazy there, to be honest. Maybe I need to put glazy on the far right. Hope people don't expect to get a golden hat upon opening these panels. There's a snow golem with a hat here and glazy with a hat. So Wreath Thief timeline. 22nd, 23rd box, confused courier looking towards us all dazed. Mouse swimming in the ice cold water. I don't know if the confused courier fits. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling that one. I also don't like the art on that one as much. That's just me. Alright. So, oh, we could have just like the snow globe mouse, like right here maybe. That might work. Between them. Again, I don't really want to interfere with this kind of. It kind of sets up the composition a little bit, so if anything's kind of blocking that completely, it, you know, kind of gets in the way. So, I don't know, I'm thinking maybe honestly just like some snow piles, some snowballs or something, a candy cane on that side. Yeah, I don't know. Stuff like right on the edge of this. I don't want to draw too much attention right to the edge. It just kind of imbalances it a bit too. Let's see. You could also have kind of like the triple Lux mouse perhaps on the ice. Let's see. Mouse being hit by a snowball falling over, that way it won't be blocking too much of the backdrop. That could work. I mean, if it's the triple Lutz mouse, it could be either because they were in the middle of the crossfire or they did not stick the landing. Again, it's kind of like I mean, I might be able to just kind of bring the image in, use that if I can. I don't think I have the original though. I don't know. It's just kind of too busy with that character right there. So if I move them, maybe. We're definitely like at the point of just there is just too much. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I can fit that. I think I'll just have some background stuff. Kind of adding a little bit of interest, but without drawing too much attention. So we could have some gift boxes and some ornaments. A mouse frozen in the ice. That could work, actually. Let's see. Maybe. we not actually have a mouse frozen in the ice for Great Winter Hunt? I know we have like mice that are in ice from like locations, or I don't think other events, but that is a thing. I guess the iceberg itself. And plus there will be like reflections on the ice, which will look cool. So it won't all be too it won't be too boring to have just the ice uncovered. So I think it's better to not have too much stuff there. It's just there's so much busyness. I just want to balance that. All right. So do we want to turn this into anything, or are we good? So we have this character flying into the sky. Just have ornaments flying off the tree, which is probably the ideal. Sleigh ride top corner flying across the sky. Snow architect, the blueprints flying away. Oh yeah, it could be like if the sleigh ride was blasting through the sky, and it had some mice in tow. That might be the way to do it. Okay, so shrink this down, move it into this frame. And I'll get rid of this lantern for now. Nice knitting just there. I feel like just a head poking out from the bottom is distracting, having it like cropped off like that. Just my impressions on what that would do. Nice knitting is very cute though. So maybe it wouldn't be too bad. I almost want to put the nice knitting instead of the glazed. Rainbow Racer's colorful board. Toboggan Technician. Yeah, they're good. It's so noisy though. Like the point of putting those objects there is that they're not noisy. That's the thing. I want to like put stuff that's not drawing attention because of where it is in the composition. If it draws too much attention down here, it just kind of, I don't know, like I want this almost kind of like this kind of shape happening, right? It does that. So whatever's here needs to just fade into the background. It needs to be a part of the background, whereas the ice here kind of helps transition. And then this character is like a lot of gold and stuff like that, so I might actually swap it out. Darn sees it. Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe the knitting mouse, nice knitting, might fit there better. Especially if people expect to get like a golden hat out of that panel. Joy mouse. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah, with the gifts there, that's true. I mean, the joy mouse could be sitting like right at the edge of this one. That could work. Oh, could be the nice knitting mouse could be knitting the scarf on the joy mouse. Although compositionally, again, that's maybe going against what I need it to. But if it's like draped all around that stuff and comes back onto this side, and then they're just knitting away. Oblivious to everything around them. Do we want the toy mouse or the nice knitting in the bottom right, do you think? So I think both could work. actually get to rendering this. Otherwise we're not going to have enough time to create this nice image. Just the snowboard without the free skiing mouse. Nice. Got away from them. Let's see. I feel like we've definitely kind of filled up the board. Although I suppose that there's not really anything here. We got some of this kind of flame sputter. We could have just kind of gifts that flew out of the back of this. Just a mouse like. Onward. I don't think we're going for like guaranteed one mouse per tile, just because that could end up being too noisy, but we're getting close to that. Yeah, just something that every time you open a panel, there's something to see that might kind of be cute and fun to look at. Not everyone has to be like incredible either. Just a little something. Alright, is there anything that could go in this tile as well? I mean, the nitro eraser technically could maybe be out there. Like they just are trying to race the sleigh. Miss Winter Pass just floating across. I mean, if he's hanging out with the present or future, that maybe works. Although, the dangling chains maybe isn't as fun. No, I think the stuck, or the nitro eraser could work. That could work. All right. Ooh, it's getting toasty in here. I'm going to have to turn the heaters down. All right. Well, I think that we've kind of figured out our sketch well enough. I think we're going to go on lunch break 15 minutes early. Normally we go on at 1 or after 1, and that's when we've kind of like figured out our sketches. But I'm pretty pleased with what we have. I think that there's going to be more than enough to render out today, so I don't even know if we'll finish it. I mean, I could easily just work on this for days, just because there's so much to render, and you know, I could just keep adding more and more detail. But obviously, this is going to be very. Oops, did I just turn it into a group? This would be very just laborious to actually like get that level of detail that I normally do. So we won't be going that far with it. So I don't have infinite time to work on this, alas. I think we have a good start. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of fun rendering coming up. So I'm going to go on lunch break. It'll be an hour. And when we return, I will, oops, let me save this actually. There we go. When we return, I will have a Larry link to share with you guys, I'm sure. And we'll do a bunch of rendering and make this look awesome. So until then. What are the mice falling down the hill on the right side? So I think they're all going to be sport mice, like the tobogganers and stuff. Actually, this one could be wearing skis. Just so that... It's like, the idea with this one is that this toboggan just blasted through and knocked this character out of the way. Alright. I'll catch you another time, darn. Get some sleep. Alright. So, let's give that a save again. And switch over to lunch break mode. Alright. I'll put up a timer so you'll know when to come back. See you in an hour. Hello, hello, welcome back from lunch. It is very sunny right where I sit. Just completely blown out. So I'm wearing a hat to save my eyeballs. Welcome back. Alright. Just gotta reset my position. Here we go. Alright. Enjoy some more coffee. And continue where we left off. Alright. Turns out my... Oh, there we go. Okay. My stylus wasn't working for a minute, but it has majestically returned. Love it when it does that. Yes, Larry Link, I promised. Good point. Alright. Nothing too crazy, but it fits the theme going on here. Do enjoy. I did save. I did. I saw the message. Alright. Should we bring this back in here, maybe? Get some fresh perspective, especially since we're going to start doing some rendering now. Finally. Alright, so I'm just going to knock the sketch down to about 30%, as is my usual way. And for this, I'm going to definitely do a layer. What's on that layer? Oh, right. Little swatch there. I'll just use this layer since it doesn't appear to be doing anything. I'm just going to use a quick kind of, I don't know, let's say just this purple color. And what I'm going to do is go around and just kind of really quickly block in everything's silhouette. Actually, you know what? I should use a totally unused color. That way I'll be able to see what I'm doing. Horrendous screen. Love it. Alright, so I'm just going to quickly block in everything that needs attention. Just really quickly. And this will just kind of help me spot everything I need to. Hopefully not miss anything. I'll refine these silhouettes shortly. I will refine that silhouette. Don't need to waste time on it right now. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. I need to get every single little scribble detail, just the important stuff. I think this pile of characters could be really fun. I need to try and save them for a bit later so I don't get too caught up working on them, because they'll be big enough that I can actually see enough detail to want to render them. Alright, pull that in there. One thing I haven't done is actually flip this image. Make it all. That's probably a good idea. I'm scared too. Totally gonna flip it and be like, oh gosh, everything is horrible. What have I done? What monstrosity have I created? Okay. Let's flip it now before I keep working on it. Let's give it a save. Image rotation, flip horizontal. Let's take a look around. Well, it's pretty busy, but it's not terrible. I mean, an image like this, you almost want it to be pretty busy, though, because you're opening it one window at a time, so you need a lot of stuff to look at. Yeah, feels good enough flipped. That's good. It's always a good sign when you flip it and things don't immediately scream as being horrible. That said, I feel like if I pop this into grayscale, this part of the hillside I want to go darker, just to kind of stand out against the backdrop there. So let's see, using the luminosity brush, something maybe more like that. And that might work. I'll fade it into that, especially since we have the tree line there to help. And everything kind of aimed upwards. I want the ambient lighting to kind of catch more. Okay, that works. I need to play with the shadow on that edge of it, probably. Figure out how I want that to stand out. Like, I don't want that to go too dark, so maybe I actually need the sky behind it to go darker. Kind of like that, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I just need a rim light. Either way, that stands out much nicer now. Yeah, okay. Let's bring those back. All right, so just because it showed up when I zoomed in, the reef thief. Okay. Ski instructor. I should probably have multiple layers for this. Yeah, the tinsel could easily be on its own. Heck, even the face. But I will be kind of speed rendering this, so less layers equals potentially faster, just not as clean. Haven't figured out what the golem itself is yet, but we can do that when we render it, to be honest. Okay, I feel like the Scrooge and Miser are going to need a little more sketching before I can block them in properly. Let me just look at this lay-in. Sure, good enough. Okay, and let's sound my horn. Didn't catch anything. How dare. Alright. Sculptor. It's kind of got like a pointed hood. With like a vest. And short legs. Okay, so we'll fiddle around with the cliffside at some point. Give him something that he's carving. And let's get this crazy toboggan. The triplets holding on. Could be. Let's see. How do the skates work on a mouse? Footwear on mice is the hardest thing ever. Where's the triplets? Oh, there it is. It's like the foot just kind of slopes into it. It's going for the biggest jump by bombing the hill. Build up the speed and then just get as many spins as you can. There we go. Triplets added. Not that anyone but us could tell. Could just be the snow scavenger. Maybe you really only have one skiing mouse, eh? Oh well. Now we have two. Okay, I think I'll turn up the sketch just a bit for this, because it's quite hard to see there. And let's pull up the ribbon mouse. Again, this green is just a placeholder for the silhouette. Allows us to see the sketch and also provides a base for rendering. Lower the ears like in the sketch a bit. Okay. Joy mouse. Okay. Nice knitter. We haven't totally figured out the snowball pile there. We have the snowball hoarder mouse that would work perfectly for that. So let's just quickly scribble that in. Yeah, I mean, it's basically exactly what the snowball hoarder was doing, so makes sense. It's a terrifying looking drawing. But we'll go with it for now. Okay, the miser and Scrooge, let's just resolve them really quick too. So it was the miser that we wanted shaking his cane. I feel like the miser is going to be just a little taller. Scrooge hunches too much. The miser like smacks mice on the wrist, telling them to sit up straight. Okay, so the shoulder is raised. Yeah, Scrooge will be kind of smushed into himself a little bit more. I've put names here and there in images. You could probably hide some in the snow or something, without it being too disruptive. Yeah, if it allows for it. I feel like this image would probably be pretty good for it. An old Scrooge. All I can say is it's nice these two found each other. All right. Well, I wonder if maybe the iceberg sculptor is like carving names into the mountainside or something. Well, maybe Scrooge is also shaking his cane. Now they just look like they're waving. Maybe not. Have some like snowball splatter around them. Cats are legendary creatures in the MouseHunt realm. Kind of like how dragons are in ours. Alright. That should be good enough for their silhouettes. Giant cat footprint. Nice. Let's bring that sketch back down. No, the updated map, I believe we're going to do that after Great Winter Hunt now, actually. Or kind of a combo where I might update the Great Winter Great Winter Hunt map with the all the like snow golems on there and stuff like that, and then have that on top of the updated map, so that after Great Winter Hunt it'll go to kind of what you guys have seen, something like that. Right, so these green globs are snowballs that were thrown at them. And let's see, snowball hoarder. Basically going for that 80-20 rule where you put in kind of 80% of the work and the first 20% of the effort. And then because of the amount of detail, just keep it there. I'm not going to try for that last 20%, which takes up 80% more time. Snowball there, tail wrapping around. And a bunch of snowballs. I can just let that fade into a pile, though. And I'll take care of itself when I start rendering. This could be a gift box. And another gift box. I haven't heard of using Quicktail in a while. Unless that's just kind of the mobile test bed. I know we use kind of like a long tail test environment. Not sure if that's the same thing though. I don't need that second rung, I don't think. Alright, I'll refine the edge on that. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure if Quicktail's been used since then. Probably, but I'm not usually a part of that test group. I think you usually need a password and such to be able to be a part of that. So. Couldn't tell you any of the details about it though. Alright, so now let's do the fort with the slingshot. Okay, snow fort mouse. Yeah, that's where we usually do our testing, or our external testing, that is. If it was made in mind to be endgame content, it is intended to be kind of like holdover for quite a while. So it's got some endgame elements within it, but obviously it'll kind of like open to rift areas in the future. How long away that future is an unknown, of course. Yeah, due to its nature, it's got end game kind of tier stuff, like just the amount of kind of work to 100% it. It's basically a certainly intended as a stopover though, so you know, you kind of like go in, accomplish what you want to accomplish, and move on to another area. It just has some opportunity for people who are interested in those deeper challenges, especially with the kind of like near unlimited potential of what you can do with like the base and stuff. You can always kind of potentially push it just a little higher, etc. So, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely other rifts that we want to do. Rodentia being one of them. Alright, so here's the fort. I'll need to kind of bring the tree out in front of that. Just get ornament. Candy cane, but I'll cover it in a bunch of snow. Okay, this is a yarn ball. Rose River. It's the best way to catch the bear mouse. Okay, so, oh yeah, we don't have the Tundra Huntress. She's going to be a bit of a tough one. So I have a slightly different angle going on for her. Yeah, she has like a face mask thing. Okay. So let's just get the general gesture, I think, and then we'll figure it out as we render. Good wide stance. Not that that makes any sense. Should just be on a knee. That might work better. Alright, well, good enough for now. I don't think that that is great, but yeah, it'll let me render things. Boom, snow. Okay. Anything major that I missed? There's like an ornament down there. Okay. Candy cane in the tree. I didn't do anything with that up there. It's fine. Tinsel doesn't have its own layer yet. These boxes as well. Right, let's just. It's probably a really not ideal color. Okay. Good enough. All right. I guess I could do the exhaust. Cool. All right, well, I think we'll also end up just tossing random decorations into the trees. I feel like we can do that at the very end. Instead of spending a whole bunch of time rendering decorations, I want to get these characters. So I can always finish off the last of the stuff next week. So that is gone. This highlight will be good for the brightest snow. So let's actually bring that up here. Okay. Let's begin. I'm going to mute my computer. All right. Sketch. Turn you down. I'll put it to 20-ish%. And let's actually get the appropriate colors for things. All right, starting with the sporty ski instructor. Now, one of the things we have going on is we have a warm, kind of bright light. Fixed. All right, no, light's not in my eyes anymore, so I can take that off. It'll be swinging using tinsel. All right, so we have like a very warm, bright light kind of coming through very low. So we're going to have to try and kind of use that across the piece. But for now, let's just block in the main colors of the characters. So we have kind of this light blue, a little bit on the purple side there. He's got kind of that pink hat. All right. Some red gloves. And red boots. And slightly more saturated purple band across his side. Okay. And actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna do this all as a layer above from this point on, at least. Not that I think I'll really need to have done that, but just to make it a little easier, perhaps. I'll just give it a color band right there. Okay. And glasses. Okay. I know, yeah, the mustache is hidden. Just have to have just a hint of it poking out. Is the most important part of that character, in my opinion. So we'll do a layer on top, and this we can just kind of put detail on however we want. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Yep. I think I'll turn the sketch down just a tad more. 10% is okay. Certainly calling for a bit more attention than I thought he might right there. But we'll save that for maybe the 24-day. Just kind of have some fun. All right. You can also just tone that down later. So this is going to be tinsel. It's kind of like silver usually. So we'll just go with that color for now. Where's the actual skis on it? Oh, it is that layer. Okay. Just go for that. Yeah, there we go. That's a color that hides it. All right. The Golem Blast mechanic is going to be the same, I'm pretty sure. We're using a different theme, but it's going to be mechanically similar. It won't be this theme either. This is just going for a fun generic image before the event even launches. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that this needs to be on a separate layer. Just merge that. Yeah, it's fine. If I need another layer, I'll just use this top one and then edit this one. That's how I'll do this. Alright, so for this, I want a nice ribbon color, but first I'll give the mouse some color so that I can paint over it with ease. Okay, so how about this? Just gotta fill in the full silhouette. Okay. And then got a little green one. We'll use a darker green. Again, we're going for speed, so it may not be the best. Hatted golems, I believe it is the case. We had last year. I think it's going to use the same mechanics. Not 100% though. I'm not implementing the mechanics, so I cannot perfectly confirm, but I believe that the idea is that we're going to use the same systems, but we're going to change out some of the art and storyline because we're adding a new character. So if I ended up spewing misinformation, then I suppose you can quote and blame me for it. But I have warned you that I don't 100% know. Just that that's what I believe the case is. So, we'll see. Alright. That's not a terrible ribbon, not the greatest, but actually I'm going to get more yellow in the highlight because I want it to be that warm light source coming from the side. So the shadows themselves will go cooler. All right. And let's quickly get this character in here, rendered a bit. We'll go towards the gray. It's still warm. Get some pink for the hands and the ears, the nose. good at those, like, here we go. Little ribbon mouse. Alright, gotta move on. Too much to do still. Alright. Save. I think that works. Definitely have to do cast shadows and all kinds of goodness. Alright, who next? Let's do the stack, because they look great. Actually, again, I think I might want to wait on them just a little bit, so I don't get too caught up in the easy to get caught up in details. Let's do this one. So this will actually help me determine specifically where my light source is. Because it is basically a sphere test. Okay, I feel like there's just so much bounce light that this whole backside would be orange pretty much. Maybe a little bit of purple. Yeah, there's just so much light up there. Okay. All right. And a stuck snowball mouse is just a little noggin poking out. Okay. The version I have, they're just a tiny bit of snow stuck to them, but this one's definitely max. Just do it on the layer above. Alright, and then for the well, it lets the stuck snowball mouse reset every year, which is kind of nice. Good. Okay, and then this one is wearing kind of like a bunch of like a gray snowsuit. Kind of ends up matching a lot of the snow. Anything, you'd probably get into the purples and blues. For the shadows. All right. Well, I'll use that for now. Kind of got some ripples of snow forming below, kind of showing that this character is kind of pushing against the snow and causing it to bundle up. That works. Looks like it's slowing it down at least, even if it is just very momentary. Because they are most likely about to get absorbed. Especially if we kind of do this. There's just like a bunch of snow flying off of it. There we go. And it's getting smushed. This was a choice they made. Okay. Now, we can safely move on to the snowman one. Similar deal. Maybe actually get some of the light blue in here. That might be okay. Put the purple there. On the layer above, we'll just have some branches. Cool. All right, that's fine. Let's see. Now the Mouse of Winter Present. It's true, she could sit on top of that. If we have leftover time, maybe we'll add that. Alright, so, really quick, we'll use a deeper green, block him in, and okay, and then that orange beard. Okay, and go towards blue. Okay, I want to get a little bit of this jovial laughter in here. Oh, oh. You kidding? He's so like jolly, nothing can stop him. He can climb any mountain he wants. Also that. Also the being a ghost. A lot of contrast on all these characters. Don't know how I feel about all that. I feel like might be okay though, because once everything's in, then I can adjust the lighting to match the scene. Because he's so far away, there would actually be potentially a lot of kind of atmosphere in between us, and the lighting colors might shift everything a bit too, because we got kind of the yellows from the highlight and then the blues from the sky, so all the shadows might light up quite a bit. Actually, I really feel like they definitely would. Kind of more like what if I did something like this, where is it this what I want? Is it? Maybe this layer down here. Oh yeah, I think it's this layer. Or not. I'll have to fiddle with that, but I feel like that lightens it up a little bit. Just maybe a good thing. I'll have to fiddle with that once I've rendered more. Yeah, just make it look good is the ticket. I agree. All right, so let's go for the stocking mouse. Plus, honestly, once I've rendered out more and more, I'll know kind of like what ranges I want everything to be in. All right, so start it off with that. We'll go back to green. Let's go for a darker green. This is inside the tree, so it's actually probably going to be in the shade. For the mouse, they're kind of more of a tan gray. We're just going to make them cutesy. And give them some pink ears. Probably a little saturated for the lighting scheme. Cool. Good enough for now. All right. So, how about the iceberg sculptor? Okay, we'll start with the kind of blue coat that he's got on. Okay. And he's got like a vest. Dang Photoshop hotkeys. Okay, the ears. He's kind of got like cyan gloves. Not a fan of the gloves. Hello. Teddy Pretomo. Yeah, I don't like the gloves. Change the color. Just go darker blue. Alright, and then it's kind of got like glowing picks and stuff, ice picks. And then I'm also going to create some just kind of presence shadow, is occluding some of the light here. Bit of a glow happening. Even some reflected glow. What do we got here? There's a tunic under the vest, white ball of fluff at the end of his hood. Oh, you're right, I didn't even notice that. We'll just end up going with a bright, kind of soft blue because of all the shadow and lighting going on. You can give him a bit of a rim light, I think. Alright, and then the gloves can maybe even have strong highlight. Make them look like rubber gloves, I guess. Well, I guess they're probably not supposed to be rubber. But they're fur trimmed it as well, I guess. So you just soften that. Doesn't need to be a specular highlight. And cool. Alright, so we got Ice Sculptor doing something on the side of that cliff. That was the camera going crazy. Interesting. It's just like my forehead is just picking up enough light to dim it. Whew. Alright, I'm gonna tell it to not auto. Because the lighting outside is changing. Stop. How do I do that? Or is it maybe just like a loose cable? Okay, I just disabled its auto kind of gain and white balance feature, so it should be a little more calm, I hope. Oh, my stylus. Okay, there we go. Stylus returns. Oof. All right. So 3:30. Let's see what we can do in the next 2 hours. Ugh. Might take a break in 15 minutes or so. MouseHunt shirt. Okay. All right. So I kind of want to get the boys here rendered out. So let's start with Scrooge. So I kind of feel like let's give it a flip back. Alright, so Scrooge has kind of like a gray mock on. Start with that. And let's bring in this for highlights. It's got kind of a mustard scarf, which I'm just going to kind of scrunch over his face almost completely. And his hat is kind of like red. Alright. And he's just got like no color to him either. We'll just basically have his glasses and scowl. Suppose I'll get a little bit more color into the scarf than his coat. Similar. It's got like a glove hand holding the cane. We'll definitely get some kind of shadows behind these boys. What do we have? Okay, merge that down. Okay, and then he also needs his cane. Hmm. It's bundled up pretty good, huh? Alright, so the miser, it's got like a blue coat, red scarf thing. What is that, Abercrombie? No, I don't know what that's called. mascot. And this guy has kind of like a red lining on the inside of his jacket, which is pretty cool. Not that we'll get to see much of that. He's got kind of gray slacks on. Or no, that might just be his fur. Alright. Gotta have him shouting at the hooligans. Tomfoolery. We'll put an eye out with those snowballs. Probably just the bottom one here. If he still has any. Perfect. Okay, and then this tail will be here. And some snow. And just maybe a bit of snow on his hat there. How dare you throw snow at us? Okay, and he just has brown cane. Nothing fancy. Does it ever? Oh, it does. I didn't even realize. All right, let's give it that nice ruby top. It's working on the wrong layer. Wonder how long that was happening. I need to turn on my anti-hotkey thingy. So I keep hitting hotkeys that are driving me nuts. Documents. There we go. All right. Successfully disabled the hotkey. I want to commit this layer. Yeah, we'll go with it. Oh, hi, Pika. Here we go. Oh. Hello to Korea. How goes it? Yep, still live. Just working on a Great Winter Hunt Advent Calendar image. Let's see. Color brush, although it's not necessarily a different color there, I just want to add a little splash to it. Give a little warmth to his toes and fingers. Even though it's Scrooge, so he's got no warmth in his heart. But in this scene, maybe he's doing okay. All right, pretty good. Get some cast shadows below them both. All right. Cool. I think that'll work for now. All right, let's move on to a different part. Maybe the snow fort would be a good change. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down and just erase away from it where I want this tree to kind of come out front. Of course, we could just use a layer on top of it if we need to. We'll leave the mouse as is. All right, so overall this fort is in shade, I think. So since it's made of kind of like ice, go pretty dark. But we'll have it kind of fade up from the snow. And it's just mostly going to be the ambient light that's going to light this up. So it's kind of the blue sky essentially is going to be the light source on this. Okay, and then maybe we can go into purple shadows. Just get a little kind of the occlusion. It's going to be made out of ice bricks. I don't know if the purple is what I want actually, but we'll go with it. Because it's ice, we can have some kind of color bleeding through, and actually it's going to be reflecting stuff behind it, I think, just a bit. Well, thank you very much, Alvin. I've been using it for many, many years, and the techniques, as it were, are pretty simple compared to what some people do in this program. I just kind of use a brush and a couple of layer tricks. Favorite thing being kind of like preserve transparency and like layer masks. Those are probably the best tools in my docket. And then just having kind of brushes that I'm familiar with. Those are pretty nice. But I always keep it pretty simple. It's more about playing with lighting than anything, in my opinion. Did that again. Oh. There we go. I see what I did now. Okay. Yeah, right now we're just using current Great Winter Hunt mice for everything. Although I guess technically this mouse up here doesn't exist. Not sure what that is. It almost looks like it could be the All Sports mouse or whatever that one is. I don't remember what they're called. Okay, so actually it might actually be more purples that are reflecting. We got kind of like warms and cools reflecting around. Just a touch more purple into here, because I can. And there are some players that just can't get enough purple for whatever reason. Yeah, basically very similar mechanics. We're just kind of like changing up the theme a bit, but mechanically it should work the same. It's not a guarantee, but pretty sure that that's kind of like the idea. Which is ideal for us because that means we can focus on kind of like content and things we want to develop as opposed to coming up with a whole new event structure. So hopefully you guys are okay with doing the same sorts of mechanics as last year. Although as far as I'm aware, no one was really complaining about the mechanic, except for maybe some people felt that some, drops were too generous. Which is probably a fair critique. Okay, so get some of this warmth into the rubber band. Don't need to go too crazy with this mouse. In fact, I might just kind of carve into it a little bit to let that branch from the tree come forward. Or should we just do it on a layer in front? Probably do it on a layer in front. That way I can bring it back to where it was if I want. Alright, and now, there are some people that complain about the loot being too generous, which, I mean, if you really do care about the game, that's an understandable thing to have concern about, because if loot is like too generous, it can kind of mess with the economy and balance and flow of the game. Not saying that we're like changing any balance numbers, so I don't know if we are or not, but yeah, I mean, the way that it was balanced was designed around the idea of how much could you get if you were hunting at that location instead of hanging out with the golems plus maybe a little bit extra. So crank up the intensity of the color here because it's reflecting. Okay, and I'm just gonna break that silhouette a tiny bit, right where the bricks are stacked, to give it more shape. Perfect. All right. Save. All right, it is 4 o'clock. Well, past 4. Let's see. Oh, the hill. Yeah, we could do the characters on the hill. Yeah, those ones would be pretty quick. We're getting along. I think I might go on a short break. Just a quick little one. Stretch my legs and stuff. So I don't want to run out of steam. But I think we might only go for another hour and a half at most. So I'm not 100% sure we'll be able to finish it all. But I want to try and block in as much of the characters as I can. And yeah, I'm definitely going to want to kind of like tune up some stuff once all the characters are in as well. So we shall see. Nice thing is you guys kind of get to be a part of creating it, but then you'll not actually see the final piece until you actually get to uncover it. So that kind of works for everybody, hopefully. All right. Yeah, 5 or 6 hours left is probably right. Which means that I'll have a bunch of painting to do on Monday. Ooh, yeah, all right, I'm gonna take a break first, and then we'll jump onto the characters racing down the hill. All right, so I'll BRB, probably just like a few minutes. I might boil some tea or something. All right, see you in a short break. BRB. Hello again. I am back. We got some Pocky. Why doesn't... Tablet doesn't seem to work unless my cursor's actually inside Photoshop. So weird. It's like special flavor only in Japan, apparently. So tasty. I'm running out quick. Alright. So. So the black diamond racer. Who was the character clinging? Oh yeah, it's the Lutz mouse. Triple Lutz. Yeah, triple Lutz. Alright, nice. Yeah, she's cool. Alright, so the way that I'm thinking this will work best is actually if they are kind of using shaded colors, where they are, most of the light is definitely not hitting them, so they're not getting much direct light. Most of the light they're getting is the atmospheric kind of light blue, which works for the black diamond. And also because they're so far away, most of the kind of like shadows, especially in an atmosphere where there's like snow and kind of cold winds and stuff just kind of kicking up, I feel like I'm not going to have much of the shadows kind of come through. So the boots might be on the purple side. She's kind of got goggles going on here. And then she's got hair flowing off of her head. Which is kind of cool gray. But again, I feel like it might just kind of embrace this shadowed silhouette look. Maybe get it's the top of the boots that has a bit of that trim. Maybe we'll even get the yellow from the mountains. Actually, if anything, maybe that'd come out orange. Yeah, we only have one mouse wearing skates. Okay, and then since they're pretty much just wearing a scarf and skates, we'll give them this kind of... Oh wait, no, that's not the triplets. This one's the triplets. Just gotta give them a blue scarf. Kind of hard to decide what color to put those when they're in such silhouette. That might work. Actually, I wonder if I should change this skiing mouse to the free ski mouse. Let's do it. Yeah, it was -4 this morning. We got snow-covered ground yesterday morning, but that melted pretty quick. Pretty chilly. Today started very cold, but warmed up quite a bit during the stream, so had to open some windows in here. Ooh, 35. Wow. 14 would be nice. That's like perfectly fine hoodie if you want it weather. $35 sounds too toasty. Yeah, 14 is great. Okay, so if I get just a little bit darker, it's probably too much, but I can pull it back. Alright, yeah, that works for the free ski mouse, and then we'll just toss a toboggan in the mix. Alright. Take that, ski free mouse. Alright. So I think that works for the Black Diamond triplets on Ski Free there. Give it a save. Turn the sketch back on. I think, let's see, we could do the Ornament, Nutcracker, and Double Diamond. Those ones seem like they could be fun. Yeah. So, let's see, I think I want to... Okay. So, for these hooligans, let's bring up Ornament Mouse. Okay. I can't imagine it's the most enjoyable form of being a villainous mouse. Just being a decoration. Okay, so... They look so cramped. Is it perhaps like a method that the mice use to spy on hunters by hiding inside ornaments? They wouldn't suspect. Trying to figure out what in the world the gesture would be inside this. Good old ornament mouse. Stuck since 2009. Somehow still goes for your cheese. Alright, we'll go with that. Don't need to go too crazy on it. Let's see, builder mouse. Okay. 。 mouse good to go. Ooh, right. Next up, Nutcracker. Alright, so we'll start with this kind of base blue. All right. That might be good for Nutcracker Mouse. And get that a save. Probably create just an edge of shadow right here. All right, double black diamond. Where you at? There you are. Okay, so it's got like a gray sweater jacket thing. Scarf is like a nice mint green. Which, because they're probably mostly in shade, will end up a different color. Or like that. All right. And then they have kind of these goggles. shoulder pads going. Don't think I'll have the highlight come out quite that far. Just there. kind of want the light to just overexpose that bit. Just a tiny amount. Let's turn off the sketch for a second. Okay, and they'll be stuffed into the tree here. So maybe a bit of the boot and hip right here are catching some sunlight. All right. Maybe just the tip of his ear. Call it some white. That's just distracting. All right. So let's turn the sketch back on. All right. That was 5:20. So I think we could do one more quick one. I think the Joy mouse with the presents might be quick enough. So All right. All right. Let's see. Ugh, 5:30. That sounds like it might be time to wrap it up. Alright. So I didn't get all of it. Thought I might be able to at least get everything blocked in, but apparently I did not plan accordingly, which is not all that surprising. But yeah, I think that's probably where I'll leave it today. Got plenty to do on this next week, which is fine. We have a pretty good schedule for being able to fit more stuff like this. So yeah, it should be a lot of fun working on this, and you guys will kind of bonus get to see this image and all of its awesomeness on your own. You have to earn it by coming back and checking out the advent calendar every day. So, alright. Well, that's going to do it for me. Hope you guys enjoyed. Thanks for hanging out if you stuck around this long. Always appreciate it. I will see you guys in a little bit, maybe 2 weeks. But until then, happy hunting, everybody, and have a good weekend. Bye for now. Bye.